Just this round called the Salt. If you want to broadcast out here or no?
Not summertime. We're pushing some hundreds of that.
I'll just hold on to it.
My wife's been with I grew up here. You're right at this much.
Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check. All right. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 1 of SpeedWeek. Been a really hot day out here on the Salt. Lots of challenges for lots of various different people getting their cars going, getting the track prepped, all sorts of great stuff. Everyone has their challenges. And most of us are not immune to that. Appreciate you all being patient. You diehards out there, super appreciate you diehard guys out there that put up with this sort of stuff. Currently, we are looking at course number 1, and several vehicles have ran so far. Not a ton, but several. Started the day out, car number 31, a fuel streamliner, making it through mile 3 at 2:31. Car 75, Danny Thompson, through mile 4 at 3:69 earlier. And heard that was a pretty entertaining run. Strasburg family made it down to the 3 at 2:77 on a AA blown fuel. Lakester not running gas, running fuel. That's interesting. And car 711, mile 3 at 2:20. Car number 1815 through mile 5 at 2:36. Couple of bikes popped in. Mile 4, 170, or excuse me, mile 3 at 174. Now it's bike 1920. Bike 3339 through mile 3 at 2 1/4 at 139.885. Not a whole bunch of vehicles have ran. That's on course 1. On course 2, they've been shotgunning vehicles down course on course number 2. Nearly twice as many vehicles on course number 2. Again, appreciate you all tuning in. Hope you're all doing well. Currently, our view is of the start line on course 1. On course now, car number 316. It's an A fuel Lakester. Brett Gailey behind the controls. Go, buddy. Class record is 316.745. Sounding awesome off the push truck. Sounding really good down course. Brett Gailey's running a big Chrysler 440 in his fuel Lakester. Mile 2 at 218 even for car number 316. Two and a quarter, 139.885. Mile 3 at 124.735. I think he, oh, excuse me. Jeez. Wake up, Tim. Wake up. Wow. Two and a quarter at 249.228. Mile 3, 262.840. Helps if you look at the right course. Mile 4, 290.426. An exit speed of 309.889. And through the 5 at 304.411. Not bad. Currently it's 90 degrees. Humidity is only 9% with a density altitude of 7,000 feet. If you're curious, 90 degrees. I think that's a little shy of being true there, but that's okay. We'll leave that alone. I won't argue. It's hot. How about that? Hot enough to melt everything. Salt Shark, I believe they made it through inspection on Salt Shark, guys. So that's kind of cool. Looking forward to seeing him. All right, over on course number 2. Course number 2. Wow, what are they doing over on the bunny course? Well, the short course anyway. Car number 7, San Diego Roadster Club, Ardema Braun. Looks like they shut it down early. That's a slightly disappointing run. They're running on a D engine. They're running the 5-liter gas Lakester. And they made it through mile 3 at 100 miles an hour, 2 and a quarter at 119.868. Pete, I think, is slightly disappointed on that one, I bet. This is going to be potentially their last season. I said that last year, but they said that last year. So we'll see if they keep trying to go through, but this is definitely, according to them, their last Bonneville for car number 7. It'll be sad to see them not out on the salt anymore. And bike number 42 on course number 2, 650cc special construction vintage on fuel. Atsui Yasushi behind the controls through mile 2 at 122.321. 2 and a quarter at 125.178. Mile 3 at 139.283. Waiting on mile 4. Did he shut it down early? That's bike number 42 on course number 2. And it looks like Atsui Yasushi shut it down after mile 3. Class record for 650cc special construction is 151.126. And that was on course 2. Back over on course 1. Waiting on the next vehicle to run here on course number 1. And I've got timing up for both course 1 and course 2, guys. There is a camera on course 2 currently, but as soon as I can walk away from the trailer here to go check on it for whatever reason, like normal, it has presented a challenge for me. So we'll go check on it in a little bit. It was up and running earlier this morning, I promise. I'm going to throw a shout out for all you guys. This is some tough stuff to do as a one-man band, and looking for some matching personalities to try to put a team together, because this really deserves more than a one-man band. Bonneville's a tough situation. It's not a paying gig, at least not yet. It'd be nice to bring in a bunch of sponsors and, you know, have it a paying deal. All right, doing my best to keep an eye on the chat, guys. We'll do our best to keep this rolling. Currently, our weather is claimed to be 90 degrees as of the last run, with a 7,000-foot DA. So it's predicted, I think, to be 100 degrees, triple digit. Yep, if you have any questions on course times, by all means ask. I have both course 1 and course 2 up on the computer here. And normally I would have them on screen like I have in the past for El Mirage. But at the moment, that's one of many of the issues I've been having this morning on getting the stream up. I was here and set up on time and ready to go, but several technical difficulties mixed with video, computer power supplies, all sorts of anything Mother Nature, not Mother Nature, but anything the fickle finger of fate could toss at you. Now, mind you, there's work that's done ahead of time, right? You set this stuff up the day before, and unfortunately, the nature of how this goes down, it all has to be torn down again. I'm not in, you can't leave the equipment out overnight all set up. You got to set it up once again in the morning. Any level of things can go wrong. I'm not going to go down the list of trials and tribulations for the day. That's all good. I'm going to leave it at that and stay positive and keep recording on course 1 or reporting on course 1 and course 2 with what the tools I have available currently. And again, don't be afraid to ask about a time on course 1 or course 2. And Nikki Bobby. And speaking of which, if you ask, please ask with a car number or a bike number if possible. As much as I like to think I know everybody, I don't. Anyway. All right, here we go. We got some mini pickup action. Truck number 5048. Is that my new favorite mini pickup? Oh, I gotta look outside. I can't see it. Nope, that is Salty Box Racing. Don't get me going on those jokes. They are running a blown gas. They're running in blown gas modified mini pickup class. Hagee Motorsports with Stephanie behind the controls on this run. Class record is 231.836, and they're using a C engine for power. Sounding really nice off the push truck. I've been asked to keep them up for a little bit. I will take them down, but don't be angry because at the bottom of the screen is nothing but frickin' canopies because, well, logistics. All right, truck number 5048. Sounded good off the push truck. Hasn't made it to mile 2 yet. Would have expected him to make it, or her to make it to mile 2. That's Stephanie behind the controls. Oh, there we go. Under power, mile 2, 154.354. 2 1/4, 161.652. Running on a class record of 231. You got a little ways to go. Kind of falling on its face on mile 3, 163.766 for truck number 5048 on course 1. And shut it down after mile 3. Went through 4, coasted through 4 at 91.113 for truck number 5048. That was a C, blown gas, modified mini pickup. On course number 2, bike number 370, 1650cc motorcycle. It will be up next. Interestingly, bike number 42 was the last to run, so I haven't ran since bike number 42 on course 2. Taking a while over there to get the next vehicle going. Bombshell Betty. And looks like bike number 1650 was an early turnout. Or excuse me, bike number 370. Jeez, bike number 370 on course number 2 was a early turnout. All right, up next on course 2 is going to be an H diesel truck. Salt Savvy. Diesel Streamliner, excuse me. 250 truck, or wow, Diesel Streamliner 257. Come on, Tim, get in the game. Let's go. With Savarino behind the controls. Class record is 170.972. And again, that is an H Diesel Streamliner on course 2, getting ready to go. There we go. Diesel Streamliner underway on course number 2. On course 2, Diesel Streamliner 257. Salt Savvy making it through mile 2. Running on a class record of 170.972, waiting for him to go through mile 2 on course number 2. Through the 2 at 140.073. Plenty of room to get to that 170. 30 miles an hour to go, 2 1/4 at 154, still growing in speed, looking good. Heading towards mile 3. Mile 3, 157.554, running out of steam on mile 3. And it looks like we have 4 miles of timed course on course number 2. Mile 4 at 151.669 on course number 2. And on course number 1, that was all that racket, was a pair of snowmobile engines and a gas streamliner. Car number 1148 with Jay Marsh behind the controls. Catzilla 2. Class record is 260.690. Now off the push truck, sounding really nice. A little weird interference noise. I don't know what that was, but it was strange and didn't sound good, whatever it was. And then got out of the throttle, collected it all back up, and put it all back together and kept going down course. Waiting on mile 2 for car number 1148.
I'm doing good.
All right, the snowmobile powered gas streamliner made it through mile 2 at 135.637. 2 1/4, 114.553. Looks like he shut it down after mile 2. Yep, coasted through mile 3 at 86 on course number 1. That was Catzilla 2. Next up on course number 2, production pickup, XO production pickup, truck number 4711. That's Mark Isaac behind the controls of that beautiful, beautiful blue paint scheme. Using a overhead valve flathead inline 6 engine. Class record is 140.412. With JM Isaac behind the controls on this run, I do believe. That is on course number 2. Truck number 4711 through the 2 at 132.236. Now it looks like Mark's going to be driving still, I believe. Little typo there in the computer. This record was owned, or is owned, by M. Miller. It was set back in 2021 for truck number 4711. Through 2 1/4 at 138.804. Mile 3 at 125.111. And shut it down after that. Not quite to that 140 class record. Pretty close though. Needs about 40 miles an hour, or excuse me, 4 miles an hour. Still waiting on a new vehicle for course number 1. All right, both courses waiting on vehicles to run. Temperatures creeping up. 94 degrees just in the last 30 minutes. It's crept up about 4 degrees. Humidity still 8%. Density altitude 7,200 feet. They are running 3 courses this year. There's a rookie course, course number 2, that is a bit of a combo course, but has the ability of timing until the 5 mile. And then the big course, and it has timing until the 5 mile. Both courses are groomed to the 9th mile. And then after that, you're going to be calling the tractor out to get your vehicle out. Here it's pretty moist out past the 9 mile. All right, here we go. Course number 1. We got vehicle number 43. Pilgrim and Stubbs diesel streamliner. God, I hope they do really good this run. Let's go, guys. Such a neat looking vehicle. Off the push truck, couple of puffs of white or bluish smoke coming out of the back, which is interesting. Now we got some nice dark diesel smoke out of the exhaust. He's really working the throttle down course. It's running, that's Royale behind the controls, running at a class record of 305.145. That is a B Bravo diesel streamliner, car number 43 on course now. Class record is 305.145. Salt seems pretty good. First mile or so is a little rough from what I'm understanding, but it tends to smooth out after about the 1.25 miles. And you got nice salt all the way to the 5. All right, diesel streamliner number 43 with Royale behind the controls through mile 2 at 108. It's not the speed I would expect to see at mile 2, so he must be struggling a little bit with the power, or he's out of the throttle, one or the other. Looking over at course number 2, we got vehicle number 21. There's a K blown fuel Lakester. That guy racing with Bill Daly behind the controls. Ah, that feels familiar. Class record is 140.523. Mile 2 just made it through the traps at 139.122. 2 1/4, 143.237. Shut it down after 2 1/4. Coasted through mile 3 at 117.901. And that was car number 21, Bill Daly. And back on course 1, diesel streamliner 43 Pilgrim and Stubbs is a early turnout. Here we go, up on course number 2. Car number 1234, that is an H blown fuel streamliners, super fast Matt. Wonder if my sticker's still on that car. Class record is 324.014. Sounding off the line, I'm sure you guys heard that. That was an E Street Roadster, car number 1986. Dips Gibby Racing with Paul Powell behind the controls. Class record is 214.202. Hard to focus on any one thing. Let's go back over to Superfast Matt through mile 2 at 220.558. He's looking good. Is he going to get to that 300? Holy cow, 214, or excuse me, mile 2 1/4, 255.179. Through mile 3, 268.367. He's growing in speed. Mile 4, 295.225. Is he going to go to the 5? He is so close to that 300. The class record is 324. Mile 3, 305.294 with an exit speed of 306.228. Nice job, Superfast Matt on course number 2. Car number 1, 2, 3, 4. That was an H blown fuel streamliner. That's a lot of speed out of an H engine. That's going to be only a max of 92 cubic inches, guys. 306 miles an hour exit speed with only 92 cubic inches. That's incredible. Man, that's an amazing feat, regardless of not getting the record. Still, great job. All right, back over to course number 1, car number 1986. That was an E Street Roadster with Paul Powell behind the controls. Class record is 214.202. Went through mile 2 at 175.320. 2 1/4, 187.104. Mile 3, 190.106. Still growing in speed. Mile 4, 197.374. Mile 5 at 200.389 with an exit speed of 200.653. Little shy of that 214 class record. Not bad, Powell. Or Paul, excuse me. Mr. Powell. Not in no relation to Thurston Howell. Once again, you heard me through 1986. I'm sure of that, right? I'm not muted? Yeah, good. All right. If you haven't seen Superfast Matt, you got to look him up on his Instagram page. I think he's got YouTube as well. Superfast Matt is what you want to search for. He has some pretty cool humor and pretty thorough in documenting what his trials and tribulations are for running that car. It's kind of cool. All right, up next on course number 2, car number 388. Technically, truck number 388. That is a vintage engine, blown gas mini pickup. Truck number 388 with M. Miller behind the controls, MRJ Racing. Class record is 158.467 on course number 2. Truck number 388. It's running on his own record set back in 2025 last year. It's a 1952 GMC. And sounds like it was a early turnout. For truck number 388 on course 2. All right. Next up on course number 1. Ooh, this will be a fun one. Clark Hall Racing, car number 400. Class record is 348.342. This is on course number 2. That is a AA blown gas streamliner. You can see it there on screen. Need to walk over to course number 2 and go see what's happening with my camera. I'd really like to have it up right now. Oh. Digging through SpeedWeek official program, looking at production coupe and sedan, and someone's running a Pinto. A Pinto wagon, no less, 1978. They're sporting the 2.3 liter engine. That should be an interesting little run. Hopefully we get to see that. All right, course number 2. Vehicle, let's see, truck number 382. That is a D fuel modified mini pickup. Brad's Machine and Fabrication with Brad Lipple behind the controls. Class record is 133.298. And he's through the 1 currently. Truck number 382. That's an S10, 1998 vintage S10. Mile 2 at 118.316 for truck number 382. 2 1/4, 113.870. Looks like it's kind of fallen on its face a little bit at 2 1/4. See if he keeps going for mile 3, see if he can get more speed out of it. Class record is 133.298. There we go, course number 1. We got Mr. Clark struggling off the push truck. Engine just died. Trying to get fired. Sounded really fat off the line. Let's see if they keep trying to go down course or try to fire it up. They're still on course currently. Engine died just a little bit off the push truck. Push truck is still behind vehicle number 400 on course 1. And that's Clark Hall Racing.
Thank you. I'm only gonna not even go to the 2. I'm just testing. I'm just testing. Oh. Bigger pump. I slow down the blower. Who knows what it's gonna do? 89.5, yeah. Jets are telling me I'm probably. So, I mean, yeah, exactly. So it's gonna run slow. It should run. Yeah, especially inside go.
Cool. Get it.
All right, looks like not quite clear of the course on car number 400. So they've turned out, they've pushed out. Over on course number 2, we've got truck number 2000 on the line. That's an A fuel modified pickup. Class record is 170.3, excuse me, 170.032. Truck number 2000 on course 2. Team name for truck number 2000 is Logan's Run. You got Lewis Maring behind the controls. Crew chief is Scott. They come all the way from Broken Bow, Nebraska. They're using a 1949 vintage Studebaker pickup. Very cool. Class record is 170, as I mentioned earlier, and that was set by Calkins back in September of 2025. That would have been World Finals. Just had a brief conversation with Brandon Leggett, and they're on a test run with a new tune, and they're gonna see how the car runs before they try to go flat out for a new record. Dip their toe in the water first there for a minute to see how everything works out. If you've been following the Brandon Leggett Beast on Facebook, you know he's been basically building his engine out of a hotel room because while he's out on business. Anything to get the work done. All right, and it looks like we got the JCB liner on the start line. Everyone's been really curious about that, and they got the whole crew. That's Andy Green behind the controls on this vehicle. Went and checked out their pits yesterday. They rented a full-on hangar their Wendover Airport, and watching them dial in the chassis and whatnot. I mean, you would think this was an F1 team doing this. They had lasers and all sorts of cool sensors to dial in the chassis to make sure it's going to be straight. So very professional crew. Lots of effort is being put behind this streamliner. This is a hydrogen-powered streamliner, guys. And not hydrogen like electric, but hydrogen burning internal combustion engine. It's a 4-wheel drive streamliner. They're using 2 loader engines, JCB loader engines for power. And they're hoping for a 350 mile an hour record. It sits right now at 348.342. And everyone is probably curious about what class they're running in, but looks to me like they're technically going to be in AA blown gas streamliner, which would probably make sense maybe. It takes I don't know, about 21 times more liquid hydrogen to produce the same BTUs as gasoline. Has an equivalent of about 130 octane. Some of you engineers out there will probably argue with me on that number, and go right ahead, because I love the argument. I love the conversation. So that's pretty interesting. There's been a bit of controversy, it seems like, online on whether or not this should be in gas class or not. And I personally don't have much of an opinion there. I'm not sure where it should be. That's interesting conversation. Again, like I mentioned earlier, it takes 21 times more molecules of hydrogen to produce the same amount of BTU as 1 molecule of gasoline. So maybe you're running at a slight disadvantage with hydrogen. I'm sure the chat's going to go wild with that conversation. We'll have to check in on that in a little bit. Oh, we get to hear that thing fired up. Listen to that. Sounds like a diesel engine. Wow. I need to turn the volume up for you guys. You need to hear this. This is cool. I hope you can hear it. Right, there goes the JCB liner. Down course now. Let's see how they do. And again, that's car number 522. Class record's 348. You got Andy Green behind the controls. Andy Green being the world's fastest man on land, setting a record at the speed of sound in the Thrust SSC. Gosh, what year was that? 96, I think, was when that happened. Uh-oh. I think I lost my generator. That's not good. I'll be right back, guys.
Oh, really? It's pushing it home. Oh, yeah. It's the altitude.
All right, looks like it's an early turnout for car number 522, Andy Green. Early turnout for him.
Third of the state is a national park. I don't know why it's the least populated, but I don't think there's much there, is there, other than the railway and the university. That's where everybody works for the university. I mean, there are
Averted disaster on that one. I think I got enough batteries on things that when the generator died, I didn't lose transmission. I think we're still up. Looks like we're still live. All right, once again, in case you didn't hear me, a little technical difficulty there. That's interesting. Streamliner with Andy Green, the JCB Streamliner was an early turnout. Vehicle number 522, running in AA blown gas Streamliner. Seems like their official class that they're running in with their hydrogen burning fuel Streamliner. Not to be confused with hydrogen fuel cell. All right, course number 2. Let's see what's going on over there. Yeah, truck number 2000 went for a run finally. That was an A fuel modified pickup. That was the Studebaker we were talking about earlier. Class record, or excuse me, went through mile 2 at 132.098, 2 1/4, 140.103. Mile 3, 137.081. And shut it down after mile 3 for truck number 2000 on course number 2. All right, course number 1, we have vehicle number 73. Welcome back to Ronnie Farms. They're running a roadster on a class record of 261.292. That is a D blown fuel modified roadster. Vehicle number 73. And they didn't pre-register, so I don't have any new info for Marani Farms. Yeah, I agree, everyone. I'm going to say this. I've been ignoring the comments on mile 3 because it really angers me to the point of, well, I won't describe to the point of how angry it makes me to not have a camera down at mile 3. It's been a goal, and without effort, it hasn't been successful. And this year, I am a man down this year. Mark Brazeau has decided to take a break for this particular Speed Week. He's probably watching right now with anxiety, wishing he was here. Also happy that he's not, because it's 1,000 degrees out here today. But it is a dream to have a camera at mile 3, and there's technology being worked on in the background that just isn't ready for prime time just yet, that will be able to be used. Just requires a little bit more time with that technology and a little bit of more capital to make it happen correctly. We do what we can with what we have. All right, I'm not going to talk anymore about mile 3, Cam, because that just angers me. I want you guys to hear that. I want you to see it. I want you to hear it. That's Bonneville. To hear that car go through the 3rd mile, grabbing for another gear, heading towards 5th. All right, vehicle number 73 through mile 2 at 198.438. 2 1/4, 217.321. Mile 3, 223.429. Growing in speed, heading towards that 261 class record. That is a D fuel modified roadster. Can we get there through mile 4? Come on, through mile 4. Oh, shut it down at mile 3. Coasted through mile 4 at 96.854. All right, course number 2 still seems to be dead there. So nothing going on course 2. Course 1, we're waiting on the next vehicle. Temperature continues to grow. It's 96.4 degrees with 7% humidity. Stay hydrated, ladies and gentlemen.
Stop back and Salt Lake on the way home. Go to the lake.
All right, still waiting on course 2 and course 1. Nothing happening right now. Just waiting on courses to get clear and see who's going to go next. Ferguson. Yeah, let's look at Ferguson's run. Car number 75. They ran a 369.820 through mile 4, and they were running an A fuel streamliner, of course. I say of course, he keeps moving around between gas and fuel, so 369.820. I do believe that's the fastest time so far this week. I'm pretty sure it's safe to say that is. Strasbourg ran early this morning. It was popping ducks, probably somewhere near the 3 or 4 mile. And based on their speed, they went through mile 3 at 277.355. All right, we have someone fired up on the line. Course number 2, we have a blown gas competition coupe, Red Staffer, with Red Staffer behind the controls. I think he's behind the controls on this run. That is car number 9913. Class record is 263.283. They're running a 2JZ with a giant turbo on that engine, feeding it all the air and all the fuel it can possibly drink to get those speeds. Course number 1, vehicle number 106. It's a gas rear modified roadster. Bill Clandent Racing. Class record is 263.176. Mile 2, 210.290, 2 1/4, 228.568, mile 3, 233.080. Growing in speed, he needs 30 miles an hour more to get to that 263 class record. Let's go. Whip on those horses. 229.331 through mile 4. Kind of fell on its face a bit after mile 3. And that's for car number 106. And that's Bill Clean Dirt Racing. Get it right, Tim. And turned out after mile 4, it looks like. Over on course number 2, back to course number 2, vehicle number 9913 through mile 2 at 167.519, 2 1/4 at 182.772, and looks like shut down after 2 1/4.
Oh yeah, and the roads support it. Like I went to Scotland one time, and dude, you can't. 2 cars don't fit on the road. And then it was 100 years, they still haven't fixed the roads. Yeah. Yeah, he fits right in. Well, I saw them like something's a little bit off. I'm like, there's no way that's normal. Oh yeah, oh yeah. You gotta get a belt. What is it might have a stupid beaver on it though. In Wyoming, there's probably like some shops that just have like you go to a leather shop or something. Run in the dirt.
All right, we're going to be on a full stop for a incident on course. And I know there's family members probably watching on the live stream. As soon as I hear all is good, I'll say something to some effect, but generally the practice is to wait for official word from SCTA. But if I can hear something that won't get me in trouble, then I will state so. It's a tough balance with the live stream kind of stuff in that area. .462. Let's take a look back on that. 462. Let's look for vehicle number 462.
I know they do it again, but we haven't seen it since.
And digging through the list here, vehicle number 462 doesn't look like they ran yet. All right, we are on a temporary course hold here for just a minute. All right, so again, we're going to be on a temporary course hold here for just a little bit. And I think while we're doing that, I'm going to take a quick advantage, maybe drive over to course 2 real quick and go check on my camera, figure out why it's not functional. Perfect opportunity for that, I believe. Mic volume up. All right. Sorry, guys. I thought I was loud enough. I didn't want to blow your eardrums out. Trying to be nice. We'll do that. Check. Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2. Check. Check, check, 1, 2. Now I'm blowing you guys out. I'm sorry. Here we go. Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2. There we go. All right. Hopefully that's better. All right. In the meantime, I'm going to go check on course 2 camera, see if I can't make that cooperate a little bit for us. All right, back at it. We're not back off course hold just yet, guys. Incident on course will take a bit longer than a simple clear. All right, camera up on course 2 is up and rolling again, although it's not happy with the heat. So there's what the view looks like from course number 2. And sorry for the flash. Nothing I can do about that at the moment. That's the camera letting me know that it's not happy for a number of reasons, not just the no card, but it's enjoying the temperature. It's baking in the sun. Be fun to know what cooks first, the transmitter or the camera. Anyone want to take any bets? Anyhow, we are still on a course hold. Just heads up there, and hopefully we'll be able to keep running today and not to be insensitive to anything. But, you know, all of our friends would want us all to continue to keep racing. So it'll be a few minutes. So again, still on course hold. And you all know that, you know, I must wait for official word from the SCTA on anything to say anything official. So, but in the meantime, let's strike up an argument on the chat. How about that? Let's see what everyone thinks about the hydrogen fuel thing again. I saw a couple of you guys chiming in on that. That could be a fun little piece of controversy we can argue over. Or not, since the political climate is so volatile that maybe we don't want to argue over that. Maybe we should have a good conversation on something positive. How about that? Anyway. Thank you all for tuning in. Do appreciate you hanging in there. It's a pretty hot day. Last recording, actually current recording, it's 99.4 degrees. Humidity is 6%. My lips will agree at the 6%. Got a bit of chapstick here. I'm falling behind on my efforts. Density altitude is 7,500 feet. So those of you flying a 160 horse 172 that want to land somewhere, say Wendover Airport, pack light, take minimal fuel. What's for lunch? Yes, well, I had a wonderful hot dog from the Enola Gay, and it was brought up to me a few minutes back. Got a nice brand new can of gasoline, generators topped off. Camera on course 2 is up and rolling for the time being, but no promises on that one. We'll see how long that stays up. While I'm waiting on the course hold to end, I'm working on a backup strategy for a camera that I can just grab and move around like years past. So working on that right now as I'm sitting here talking to you guys, trying to have a third camera ready to go. Doesn't like the heat very well. It's a camera that I normally use for shooting photography, but it'll work. It'll do the job.
I gotta ask. Right?
Check. 1, 2. Well, go figure, guys. Sorry about that. Saw audio on the switcher, but not audio on the encoder. Well, there we go. Sorry about that. I had a good conversation with Brandon for half a second, but you didn't get to hear it. Whew. All right. Sounds like we're going to be off course hold here. We're going to get all of our course stewards back into place and get racing once more. Shout out to everyone who chimed in chat. Oh, shout out to the folks on the Salt. Grabbed me and let me know the audio wasn't working. I had no idea. Well, I do have a mobile camera here, so any of you fine people that are out on the Salt, you want your opportunity to show some cool stuff on the live stream, come up and see me. I'll hand you a mobile rig and you can walk around the start line. Once again, we're going to be off course hold here. Giant family of speed. Yeah, buddy. Thank you, Duke. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, Dave. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, thanks, John. If you'd have texted me, it would have gone to my phone, which was the camera for the walk around, and I would have never got it. That's funny. Well, I would have got it, I just would have never saw it. Oh, that's funny. It is a warm one here, guys. It is a warm one. It has officially reached triple digits. It's a it's 101.2 degrees with 6% humidity. And my lips will bear witness to that humidity. And we just got the official word. We are ready to roll. Oh, almost ready to roll. We got to do, we're going to make sure all of our course stewards are in place. We're going to do a roll call, and then we'll be back to racing. There we go. Lots of volunteers to put on this event, guys. We got people all the way down the course just hanging out in their trucks, making sure no one does anything stupid. If there's an incident on course, there's someone that might be able to help out right away. Lots of safety involved running land speed races. Lots of people. Takes a village to make all of this happen. And of course, there are people out here on the Salt weeks ahead of time, prepping the Salt. And this year, USAFRA, shout out to USAFRA, helped out the SCTA with course prep, which is kind of cool. And that's kind of a nice thing to see, organizations working with each other for a common good, right? Got to have that cooperative. It's a team effort. It's not competition. None of this is for profit. To fill your love tank is to develop a whole bunch of speed. Or if you like to volunteer, to fill your love tank is to selflessly spend hours and hours and hours helping an organization to conduct a race so that other like-minded people that are just as crazy as the volunteers, known as the racers, sit here on the line and watch our friends go down course. Not to sound morbid, but sometimes possibly for the last time. Sometimes with some giant excitement at the other end, with the known accomplishment of earning a record and getting your place in history for a moment of time. Land speed racing. It's all about the speed, all about the camaraderie, about the family. Engineering. Sticking your thumb out and saying, yeah, that might work. Let's try that. A little bit of shade tree engineering. All right. Sounds like they finally made it through roll call. Think we'll get rid of this course hold bug. What do you think, guys? Think we can make that official? Oh, Mike. Yeah, that run did happen. Yeah, Stupid Baker is the actual official name of the car. I like the name and hate the name all at the same time because I like to have fun, as you guys know. I rag on push truck drivers all the time and have a little bit of fun with that, but thought that name might have been derogatory, so I didn't want to say Stupid Baker. But the official name for that car is the Stupid Baker. And unfortunately, it had an incident on course today. It did not complete its run. That was part of the course hold for today. I'm sure there's probably going to be official information released on the SCTA Facebook page. Search SCTA-BNI for official information, or go to the website, scta-bni.org. That's the official website for Southern California Timing Association and Bonneville Nationals. Audio check. Okay, good. All right, just a heads up, guys. I'm going to throw this out there. I don't know. This sounds dangerous to me. But there's a person by the name of Marissa Bolden. And they're in town at the Best Western, I believe. They're wondering if anyone would be willing to pick them up and bring them to the Salt Flats. Talk about being dedicated. Still want to continue the journey forward, even though your horse has decided to check out on you. Anyway, there's a posting on that on the Gearhead Hobbies Facebook page if you want to check it out. All right. Still going through roll call. Yeah, I thought everyone was being mean on the Studebaker as well, and not so much. All right, still working on roll call. Just a reminder, everyone, stay hydrated. That's not just a reminder for you, but a brief reminder for me as well. Stay hydrated. as you saw, there were a couple of really nice cars on the front line. And a couple of few rows back, looks like the Strasburg family is going to be back out again. I thought I saw Troy Langlow there a few cars back. We had some heavy hitters coming back up to the front. Should probably check on Danny Thompson's run. I wasn't sure if he beat the record that he was going for. Guess I better look at that. Let's see. No, he did not. The record they're running is... Well, let me back up on that here real quick. I thought he put the D motor in. Oh, and my timing slip computer decided to check out. Oh, that's nice. Course one.
Last I heard, the alcohol was crashed, but I don't know where it is, and I haven't heard from Bill yet. So I'm gonna try and get him on the phone. Alright, you don't want me to call? Cool. We're just waiting on David to get back into position, and then we'll be ready to go.
Well, not sure what's going on here, guys. Shoot. Timing computer has died. This thing has been a problem today. Well, when in doubt, restart the computer. How about that? All right, did not get a time on that car. We'll revisit that here in just a moment. Oh, there's no doubt on the tech. It's warm in here, even though I got an AC and a full canopy. It's still hot. I'm sweating sitting here, and I've got the AC blowing directly into the live stream box to hedge my bet, but that doesn't help the timing PC, the timing slip PC. It's actually what I'm using is the timing slips printing. All right. All right, the Auto Power guys are on course now, and they pushed all the way down almost to the mile marker, and then released from the push truck. So they wanted out of the rough stuff, it seems like. And he sounds like he's running really good down course right now on course number 1. They must not have pre-entered because they are not in the official SpeedWeek program. Go figure. All right, sounds like Auto Power had just broke a record. They were going for 250, and they went 280. Congratulations to the Auto Power crew. As I'm trying to get this technology to cooperate with me again. That's course 1. There we go. Through mile 2 at 155.122, and that's for car number 131. Again, the Auto Power guys. And that's a blown competition coupe. What's left of a Honda 500 or Honda 400. 2 1/4, 180.603. Mile 3, 197.863. Mile 4, 245. 245.395, and I misspoke earlier. The class record is 305.241. They made it to mile 5 at 280.326. 280.326 through mile 5, exit speed of 269. Not quite to the 305, so I think I heard that incorrectly, and now I'm correcting myself. Nice work nonetheless for the Auto Power crew. That was Brad White behind the controls on that run. See what's happening on course 2 here as I get that part of the computer back up again. 238, 237, 237. All right, we're back up again. All right, course 2. Next vehicle up, course 2 on screen. Car number 651. Actually, that's course 1. What's going on here? It's because I have... Next up will be on course 1 will be car number 651. That will be the blown gas competition coupe. Gary behind the controls, running at a class record of 291.215. Course 1. I need course 2. Where's course 2 at? Course 2, there you are. Swear something moved. All right, on course 2. Nothing running at the moment on course 2. They're doing a test on the track, so that'll take a moment for them to. All right, course 2 looks like still is on hold there for a second. I think they're about, they're not on hold. There we go. All right, as I figure what's going on. All right, Axel Foley was on course 2, bike number 841, 1650cc sidecar vintage motorcycle on fuel. Foley, Andrew Zach Racing with Tom Foley behind the controls. Class record was 93 miles an hour, and he made it through mile 5 at 58 wait. No, that's not right. And that just disappeared on me. What is going on with the computer? All right, I'm going to back away from that for just a moment. I'll return back to that run as soon as it comes back up. Next up on course 1 is car number 651, Gary behind the controls on this big block blowing gas competition coupe. Nice Hemi Barracuda. He's running on his own record that he set back in 2021 of 291.215. Gary comes to us all the way from Sacramento, California. Jim Jard, his crew. Mark, Tim, Rick. AAA Recycling and some sponsors, and 7 Leaves. Sherm's Custom Plating. And away he goes on course now. Car number 651 off the push truck, and away he goes. Favoring the right side of the course. Sounding really nice. Looking really good. Nice and clean off the push truck. Just past the half mile. Grabbing for another gear. Looking for a 291 class record. And that's on course number 1. Let's go over and look at course 2. Any movement over on course 2? No. I hear a motorcycle just left, but I don't know if that's the bunny course or course 2. Sounds like the bunny course. All right, car number 651 through mile 2 at 221.127. 2 1/4, 253.145. He's growing speed quite nicely. Going for that 291 class record. Can Gary get there? 266.535. The acceleration has slowed down a bit. Mile 4, he needs to get to about 40 miles an hour more to get to that record. 291.277 through mile 4. Congratulations, Gary. 291.277. A record's, well, qualification's a qualification. Wow, mile 5, 307.646. He wasn't done. I thought he was done. Through the 5 mile at 307.646, exit speed of 312.936. Nice job, Gary. Take it to impound. Oh, you qualified for that record of 291. Great job. And that was for car number 651. Whatever that is, that sounds freaking awesome. Okay, who's making the noise? Is it Salty Box? Thunder in the morning? No, it's Thunder in the morning, I think. Salty, that's Salty Box. Yes, see? Sounded like it was diesel power. I see S&S as a sponsor on the side of that rig. It sounded mean. Sounds to me like that car is going to make a mess out of that record. All right, course number 2. Bike number 9009, a 1000cc modified motorcycle. It's a push rod engine on gas with Sonny Yano behind the controls. Class record's 157.980. Went through mile 2 at 92.246, 2 1/4, 88.025. Mile 3, 86.757, kind of fell on its face. I'm pretty sure he's going to call it a day at that point and turn out early. For bike number 9009, Sonny Yano behind the controls. Back over to course number 1. I see the hood of the Beast sitting there on the start line. Brandon Leggett. Leggett horsepower. Yeah, he's got one. Gary's got one more run to get that blue hat. He's got to back that bad boy up tomorrow. Judging by that run, I bet you he's got plenty of horsepower to make that happen. All right, sounds like we're gonna step away from Salty Box maybe and go to the other vehicle there. It's the problem with not having a camera on the start line. Can't see. X-Tex Racing. It's a D-Gas Lakester. And Team Leggett, it's about to enter the chat. Get a gander at this Studebaker. It's going to not be this clean after this run. Oh, I see Donnie down there on the line. All right, let's see what's happening on course 2. I hear a truck leaving. Course number 2. Course 2, we've got truck number 7000. That's an XF blown fuel modified pickup. Wortman and Wortman with Rick behind the controls, running on a class record of 129.389. All right, truck number 7000 finally made it to the mile 2 marker at 107.309, 2 1/4 at 116.783. He's growing in speed towards that 129. Can he get there? He's got plenty of real estate to get there. Does he have horsepower in the gear? We'll find out here in a minute. That's truck number 7000 on course number 2. Ooh, looking interesting. 121.356 through mile 3. 8 miles an hour away from that class record. Can he get there? Truck number 7,000 on course number 2. Will he get there? Waiting on mile number 4. And he didn't enter early, so he didn't make it into the official program. Will he make it to mile 4? Come on. Growing in speed. Thinking he would have made it to mile 4 by now, I think.
I am about mile 4, just behind the car that's coming up close to.
Okay, so he turned out after mile 4. Final speed of 121.356 for truck number 7,000 on course number 2. Not a bad run right there, right on the doorstep of that record. Next up on course number 2, car number 562. Huh. I don't have any info on this car. Well, you know what they say, if you don't have any info, you just make it up, right? We are looking at course number 2 currently. On course now, course 1. Vehicle number 972, that's a D-Gas Lakester. Sounding really good. X-Tex Racing with Scott Greenlaw behind the controls. Class record's 254.685.
Clear the course. Tower gate permission to cross. Course 2 at
Car number 972 through mile 2 at 161.291, 2 1/4 at 144.360. And turned out after 2 1/4 for car number 972.
Can you say that one more time? Tower copy. Car 489. Send them.
All right, on course now, car number 500, the Beast, getting shoved all the way down the 1 mile. After that, he's going to get off the truck and then go to the 3. It'll be a quick spurt. He wants to make sure that the engine's doing what it needs to be doing. He's testing a new tune, so he's not going to go for a full record. That record currently sits at 272.195. And off the push truck, he's sounding good off the push truck. The Beast is digging in. Surging a bit, but sounding normal, sounding healthy. Grabbed for another gear.
Ambulance, think we have a vehicle on course.
Through mile 2 at 157.902 for car number 500. 152.450, 2 1/4, off the throttle at 2 1/4, I think. Be interesting to see what he thought about that tune. On course now, Rolling Bones Racing. Mr. Cornell behind the controls. That is a C American Iron Roadster, car number 560. Running on a class record of 212.674. Five, 60. Mile 2, 176.712 for car number 560, Rolling Bones Racing. 2 1/4, 190.105, growing in speed quite nicely. Mile 3, 193.678. Not too far away from the 212. Can he get there? Mile 4, 184.600. Looks like he shut it off after mile 3, or it fell on its face. That's for car number 560, course number 1. C, American Iron Roadster.
Copy underway.
All right, well, it's official. Course 2 timing slip computer is not going to function. Good enough. So we're down to course 1. Great. On course now, truck number 881. Brian, jeez. Brian Reynolds. Class record is 199.051. That is a Lynn Green Sultanator is the entry. Another one of those cool modified mini pickup trucks. Running a class record again, a 199.051. And they're using a 5-liter Ford Coyote engine for power this year. Running on their own record that was set last year here at SpeedWeek. A little bit of Chevy crime there, putting a Ford engine in that. I guess if it's okay to put a Chevy in a Ford Roadster, it's okay to put a Ford in a Chevy. I don't know. Some Chevy guys out there that might have something to say about that. All right, truck number 881. Mile 2, 137.248, 2 1/4, 159.735. Mile 3, 166.953. Mile 4, 188.662. Mile 5 at 202.478. Wow, pay attention there, buddy. That looks like a qualification for a record. Exit speed of 205.412. Great job, Brian. Take it to impound. You have bumped your record just a little bit. Well, let me rephrase that. You've qualified to bump your record just a little bit more. All right, we're going to be on a temporary course hold here for just a second. Nothing major, just a change in cruise and safety. Current temperature is 104 on the Salt. Density altitude has grown to 7,800 feet. Thought you guys want to hear that.
copies. I haven't been in any kind of communication with them, so I'll let them answer you if they hear you.
Course number 2 at the start line. Course number 2 time slips do not seem to appear. This is Tim.
This is Ray, and I'm right next to time slips too. I will bump in and
Ray, can I talk to you on this channel?
All right, next up, bike number 133 on course number 2. Still don't have a course 2 computer back. They're trying to fix it right now, it sounds like. Looks like the point-to-point microwave for that has probably died. I don't see. Hard to talk over that. Car number 506 through mile 2 at 272.040, running on a class record of 363, 2 1/4, 321.686. Mile 3, 340.214. Oh boy, there's horsepower there, and it's growing in speed. Mile 4, 372. Oh, geez, 372.689, 372.689. Mile 5, 382.528. Exit speed of 371.539. Great job, Strasburg family. Take it to impound. You just qualified for that 363 class record. And AA blown fuel Lakester. Great job. Much better running this time around than their first run earlier in the morning. Nice work. That's a great way to get into the next part of the day. You've pretty much destroyed your record. Well, at least qualified for it. And course now, course number 1, Jeff Stillwell coming to us all the way from England. That is a blown fuel rear modified roadster. Jeff Stillwell behind the controls. Class record is 289.239. Gingerly leaving the push truck, favoring the left side of the course, getting back, easing into the throttle, being really nice to the course, being easy on the throttle, knowing he's not in any hurry. He's got 5 miles. Again, class record is 289.239 for car number 7707 on course 1. Mile 2, 210.064, 2 1/4, 245.445. Mile 3, 258.423. Got a little ways to go to get to that 289. Sounds like you might be off the power. Could be wrong. Mile 4, 282.713. Right there on the front doorstep. Will he do it in mile 5? Can he qualify for this record? He shut it down after mile 4. Made it through mile 5, coasted through mile 5 at 172.285. Right there on the doorstep of that record. Didn't quite get there. The record was 289.239. Looks like Troy's going to be running blown gas altered with an A engine, judging from what I'm looking at. Not going to be up next, though, it doesn't look like. Well, Troy's car went out with a left the push truck a little early. Sounded really, really good. And Troy's a turnout. Not sure what happened there where the engine decided to die on him. It's kind of a bummer. Sounded really good for a minute until something happened. That was a loud car. That was louder than the Strasbourg's car. Roaring on the course now, bike number 930. Speranza Brandt Robinson Racing. It's a 3,000cc sidecar motorcycle using a pushrod engine, blown on gas, cruising through the first mile, getting on the power after passing the second mile, grabbing for gears, favoring the right side of the course.
Patrol horse 2, Black Pickup truck.
And bike number 930. I think it's an early turnout. Don't see that he made it through mile 2 just yet. And sure enough, early turnout for bike number 930. Sounded good off the line. On course now, car number 1951. Being easy on the power off the start line. It's a D, blown fuel modified sports, with Tracy Higginbottom behind the controls. Class record is 222.961. Running on a class record that was set back in 2020, I think. Let me re-verify that. Actually, that record was set back in 2007. Bartels. All right, car number 1951 through mile 2 at 179.441. 2 1/4 at 199.188, growing in speed quite nicely, heading towards that 222 class record. Mile 3, 209.604. Can he get it? Mile 4, 231.785. And coasting through mile 5 at 179.821. Take it to M-Pound Tracy. Congratulations, you've qualified for that blown fuel modified sports record. Next up on course 1.
Did I copy underway?
Bike number 1441, 2000cc modified partial streamlined motorcycle on fuel. 4-stall racing with Dean Sabatinelli. There we go. Sabatinelli. Get it right, Tim. Running on a class record of 225.643. Sounding really good down course. Grabbing for gears, favoring the left side of the course. This motorcycle comes to us from Georgia, Watkinsville, Georgia. Through mile 2 at 168.002, 2 1/4, 172.238, growing in speed quite nicely. Can he get to that 225 class record? Keep whipping on those horses, Dean. 181.752, still growing. Got a ways to go, 45 miles an hour to go to get to that 225 class record. Mile 4, 203.563. It's on the front porch of that record. Mile 5, 171.955, coasting through the exit at 114.908. On course now, car number 8031 being gingerly pushed off the course.
Copy.
That off the push truck, and away he goes, favoring left side of the course, being easy on the power. Car number 8031. Bryant Racing with Tim Bryant behind the controls. Class record is 227.522. That is a blown gas rear modified roadster. Didn't sound very happy on that last shift. It's a pretty loud pop at the end of that shift. Hopefully that didn't kill the engine.
Copy, underway.
Car number 8031 through mile 2 at 173.217. 2 1/4, 156.586, and pulled the chute early after 2 1/4.
Course number 2, bike number 1033 had a speed of 130.615 at the mile. Next up is 351 XXF Blown Gas Lakester. This is Neil Masters, Jim Lindsay is the driver. Last winner is 209.
Next up, car number 206 on course now. Off the push truck. And away goes. Favoring the center of the course. Getting after it. Class record is 263.286. And that is a blown gas rear modified roadster. Car number 206. McMillan, Goldfelty, and Abbott. Swear you guys are just testing me with some of these names. Through mile 2 for car number 206, 211.039. 2 1/4, 228.704. Mile 3, 235.408. He's climbing in speed. Is he going to get to that 263? 30 some odd miles an hour to go and a couple of miles. Climbing quite nicely in speed. And again, that is a blown gas rear modified roadster. And it looks like he shut it down after mile 3.
I leave the starting line over here on.
On course now, car number 919. That is a J blown fuel streamliner. Brandt, Speranza, and Robinson. Class record is 266.561. Waiting on David to get through mile 2. There we go. Mile 2, 164.997. 184.188 through 2 1/4. Waiting on mile 3. Mile 3, 193.481. Mile 4, 210.116. One more mile to gain 56 miles an hour for car number 919 on course 1. And mile 5, 216.177. Exit speed of 219.275. Good run for David. Car number 919.
number 2, we had a run by the C Classic Selection Jackalope Racing. Leading at 2:21.87 in the qualifying. Get him out 2 times to 136.724. Up to 147 at the 2.25. For 150.331. This is mile 26. Jackalope Racing.
On course now, car number 1533. That is the Moon Eyes entry. Blown fuel rear modified roadster. Class record is, there isn't one listed. It's an F blown fuel rear modified roadster. That's a small engine. Sound a little fat off the push truck. Cleared out nicely. Pulling away from the push truck very nicely. Favoring left side of the course. Moon Eyes modified roadster is on course now. Sounding really nice down course. Got some RPM in that engine. Wow. Sounded really clean on all the shifts. Car number 1533 through 2 mile at 156.706. 2 1/4 at 170.387. Mile 3, 177.143. Growing in speed. How much more can you get out of this? And that is an F. Again, F. Blown fuel rear engine modified roadster. That's a small engine, to say the least. Does he go through mile 4, or is that the end? I think he turned out after mile 3. Sounded really good.
Yeah, Kennedy, I'm going to roll out. I have,
And confirmed early, turned out at mile 3. Really good sounding engine in that roadster. That was out of the Moon Eyes camp. All right, next up, car number 158, the Iron Dinosaur. Here we go. That is a blown fuel Lakester. It's a D blown fuel Lakester. Working to get off the push truck. Engine is a little fat, it sounds. There we go. Tell that push truck driver to get him going. There you go. That's how you do it. Nice clean dismount favoring the center of the course for the Iron Dinosaur. Sounding really good. Getting to the 3/4 mile, or excuse me, half mile. Grabbing for another gear as he approaches the 3/4 mile. Running on a class record of 3:41.972. Car number 158. Iron Dinosaur made it through mile 2 at 132.095. 2 1/4 138.160. Mile 3 at 126.369. And turned it off after mile 3. Once again, Iron Dinosaur made it through mile 2 at 132.095. 2 1/4, 138.160. Mile 3, 126.369. Shut it off after mile 3. Superfast Matt won't do a second run until tomorrow morning at dark 30. All backup runs after setting a record are conducted first thing in the morning. They are the first cars to go down course, are those that set a record the previous day, or excuse me, qualified for a record for the previous day. Next up, car number 387. That is an F. Classic blown gas altered. With Paul behind the controls. Class record is 183.999. Sounding really good on the power. Running on their own record that they set back in 2018. That's Paul's record. That is a 1976 Chevrolet Monza. Another Ford on Chevy crime scenario. They're using a Ford 4-cylinder. Esslinger Ford 4-cylinder. That's kind of cool. Different combination. Car number 387 through mile 2 at 124.313. That's funny. 1, 2, not quite. 2 1/4, 143.378. Mile 3 at 147.211. Running on a class record of 183. Headed towards mile 4 for car number 387. Looks like it's a turnout after mile 3. He should have hit that mile 4 by now. We'll safely call that a turnout. Run complete. Let's see if they got the microwave back up for the course 2 computer. Oh, yep, looks like they did. Woohoo! Let's get the course 2 computer up and going. Oops. Next up on course number 1, bike number 3339. It's a special construction motorcycle using a pushrod engine on fuel. Happy Life, No Wife Racing. Class record is 173.686. On course now, bike number 3339. Favoring the left side of the course, being really easy on the power. Cruising his way, I think, to the 1 mile mark to avoid some of the bumps on the first mile. Bike 3339 through mile 2 at 141.030. 2 1/4 at 160.611. Really keep going past mile, into mile 3 at 163.885. The JCB team, that would have been Andy Green driving with the JCB streamliner. And they went for a test pass. And from what I understand, they had a little bit of a computer glitch in there where safety system kicked in and shut the engine down after they grabbed for, I think, second gear. Car number 187 leaving the line under its own power, no push truck. Grabbing for gears, looking for speed, holding a little bit of left rudder until about the quarter-mile mark. That was pretty fun. We've seen this car run before. All right, car number 187 made it through mile 2 at 83.331 and turned out after the second mile. All right, I think I missed one on you guys. Sorry. Truck number 5048. Haggy Motorsports with Stephanie Atwell behind the controls. She's back up again on a second run for her for the day. Class record is 231.836. Earlier today, 5048. Earlier today, she ran a 163 through mile 3. So let's see how she does in this run. And looks like she turned out early. Bummer. Okay. On course number 2, we got bike 166. Atsui Yasushi Tweakers Racing. It's a 1350cc motorcycle that come to us all the way from Japan. Class record is 152.456. Reluctantly onto course. Car number 2423 off the push truck, nice and clean, being easy off the push truck, favoring the center of the course. Going through the quarter mile. Sounding really good. On course 2, bike number 166 just made it through mile 2 at 136.261, running on a class record of 152. 2 1/4, 131.601. Mile 3. Will he take it to mile 3? On course 1, car number 2423. Sounds like the engine's kind of sputtering at the high end, but still sounding good. On course 2, bike number 166 made it through the second mile at 136.261. 2 1/4, 131.601. I can only assume that he shut it off after the 2 1/4. Car number 2423 on course 1 made it through mile 2 at 117.745. Shut it off and cruised through 2 1/4 at 95.941. You know what that sound means? That is Aaron Braun, or not Aaron Brown. Jeez, or Dima and Braun. Sun's getting to me. They're here on course 2. They're back up, running again after I'm not sure what happened on their run on course number 2. They're sporting the D engine, the 5-liter. Oh, and come on, Cal. Come on, baby. Drive it. There you go. Go get it. That's why you have Cal behind the wheel. He is the go-getter, favoring the center of the course, willing that Lakester into submission, continuing to favor the center of the course. That V12 is singing, 5-liter V12. Ardema and Braun Lakester, class records 254.685. Is this their record or is it someone else's record? I don't remember. Through mile 2 at 187.711. And something confirmed. Something did happen, I guess. 2 1/4, 153.931. Something happened down at the 2 1/4. Engine is just not being happy. You'd think it would be, considering it was just spawned out of Pete Ardema's garage. Quite literally machined and whittled out of their garage in San Diego. Well, looks like we got Clark Racing up on the line there, going for another run. Getting a little light on cars here on course number 1. See what course number 2 looks like over here. They're getting light on vehicles too, it looks like. It is getting towards the end of the day. It's 4:51 local time, mountain time. So getting close to beer 30. No cars left on course 2. I think we're getting close to the end of our day. We're getting real close to the end of our day. Air temperature is 105.9 degrees. It is the hottest currently at this exact moment than it's been all day. 105.9. Density altitude is almost 8,000 feet, just by 10 feet. And humidity is 2%. Now we got a comedian asking about course 3. That's just funny. A little bit of bumpy off the push truck. Picked the roughest part of the course. On course now, car number 1142, Roy Martin Ingram, with running on a class record of 261.285. That is a C gas roadster. Looks like one vehicle left on course 2. No word on the stupid baker that I can talk about just yet. I don't know if there's. You might want to refer to scta-bni.org or their official Facebook page. Search for scta-bni.org. Or, wow, search for scta-bni and you'll be able to find their Facebook page. Let's take a look at their page now and see if they put anything official up or not. Doesn't look like anything is official just yet. All right, on course number 2, car number 19. That is a C, American Iron Roadster. Bird Rock Mobile Gas Special with Ben Thomas behind the controls. Class record is 212.674. It looks like that was the last run of the day on course number 2. Waiting on course 1. A couple of cars to get ready here on course 1. Oh, sorry about that. Didn't mean to do that. Car number 19 on course number 2 through mile 2 at 112.280. 2 1/4, 111.530. Kind of fell on its face when it got to 2 1/4, and looks like they turned out after the 2 1/4. Looks like that might be it for course number 2. Yeah, I don't see any more cars over there. And the canopy is down. Looks like Nick's canopy is down. So I suspect that's the end on course number 2. Superfast Matt did not run a second time. He is going to be an impound. So he will be first, or one of the first vehicles to run in the morning, first thing in the morning. Oh, someone says that Matt's record, or Matt's run, didn't qualify for a record. Huh. I wonder what kind of controversy is behind that. Well, that makes me sad. That was a heck of a run. That should be entertaining to find out. Wonder what the story will be around the bar at Carmen's. Ooh, on course now, a really sexy looking fuel modified roadster. So I don't know which I'd rather have, the truck or the roadster. Come on, baby. That engine wants to be alive. Wrong gear. Left the push truck under its own power, but he's in the wrong gear. Oh, no. Let's see if he can recover out of that. Will that engine pull him out? Sounds like it's pulling him out. He's doing a good job. All right. Car number 1168 on course now. Salt and Lime, and the paint job matches that. Jeff Rockenhauser. Behind the controls, class record is 247.749, and I butchered that name all to heck. Yeah, you would be right. In the program, it says a 324 record held by Costella, but the computer said something different. So there you go. I guess I was led incorrectly. Good catch on that. All right, still waiting on car number 1168 to make it to the 2 mile. Maybe he turned out early. Can't quite see that far. We'll know in a second. Yep, official, he did turn out early. All right, bummer. Good idea, start in the right gear next time. All right, we still have, looks like Clark Racing here on the line. Anybody behind him in the 300-mile-an-hour line? Let's find out. Well, there's a few cars back here, actually, but I don't know if they're going to run today or not. So go down and talk to Jill and find out. But as far as I can tell, I think we're one car left for the run. It looks like. Let's see if I can get a confirmation on that real quick. Okay, well that works. Thanks for the heads up on that. I didn't remember correctly, I guess. Oh well. How about this? I substitute your reality for my own. So he's gonna need another run. That means he's right there. He's right there on that run. He's got to be happy to be that close to the record then. Barring any issues with the engine. Oh, we got a couple of cars that pushed up. Maybe we're not quite done yet. Oops. Now someone knows what TV show I watched once upon a time. At least I haven't had to say, at least I haven't said anything too offensive today, causing me to have to throw out the disclaimer of the more you drink, the less offensive I am. You know it's been hot when someone's staring at the salt. contemplating life. What do you think's going through the head of the said person? If only we hit 6,000 RPM and then grab for third. If only. Yes, the new Beast does look amazing. Got up close and personal with it on Friday. Oh, here we go. New car on course. Or, no? Oh, no, it was just a push truck. Got excited. The JCB car did run earlier today. They made it to about second gear and shut down promptly after second gear. All right, something fired up, and it's not the Clark racing car. Car number 9006. Off the push truck, and away he goes. Favoring left side of the course. Rolling out for a class record of 286.780. That is a double A blown gas altered. Oh, I think I just heard a call on calling more people to course 2, so I don't think we're done racing yet, guys. I think we're going to keep it open for a little bit. My radio battery died, so I can't hear exactly what's happening on the official side. Car number 906 through mile 2 at 174.130, 2 1/4, 186.604. Mile 3 growing in speed, 191.789. Got a long ways to go to get to that 286. Mile 4, 199.923. And he hit the deuce. Mile 5 at 204.436. Exit speed at 204.457. Nice job by car number 9006. Michael Sigorski is the driver. Oh, looking over at course 1. We've got some new candidates. Salt Shark, I didn't see Salt Shark all day. Disappointing. I know he's in the pits. Here we go. It's official. Up next, Clark Hall Racing. Car number 400, AA, blown gas streamliner. 500 cubic inch monster. Class record is 348.342. He didn't sign up early. He did not make the official program, which is sad because he's here almost every year. I think he would want to be in the program. And on course number 2, car number 426 is on a licensing run, it looks like. Flying Rose Racing. It's a blown gas rear engine modified roadster with Jimmy Wallenberg behind the controls on his licensing run. See if we can capture that on course 2. Car number 400 on course now. Gingerly off the push truck. Favoring the center of the course. Down at the half mile. Sounding really good. Sounding nice and healthy down course. Grabbing for another gear. Like he's taking a cruise down the 10. On and off the power down course. Still sounding good. Mile 2, 223.755. 2 1/4, 256.297. Growing in speed quite nicely. Mile 3, 268.877. Got a long ways to go to get to 348 in a short period of time. Can he get there? Mile 4, 300.852. Growing quite rapidly in speed. Based on those numbers, he should be able to hit that 348 if he's got enough horsepower and gear by mile 5. 317.291. Exit speed of 325.346. Pretty close to the 348. Still can't be a disappointing run, being at over 300 miles an hour. Hard to go back to the office on Monday. What'd you do on the weekend? Just drove 300. Why? 'Cause. Okay, have a good day. .462. 462 or 426 on that time. Oh, looks like car 426 is backing out. The Flying Rose. We all know this car. Should be over here on course 1. What's it doing over on course 2? Oh, that's right. It's a licensing run. That's why. Bringing up a new land speed racer through the ranks. Well, nothing here on the start line. All right, let me go down and talk to Jill real quick, find out what's happening. Be right back. All right, just a couple more minutes left. And officially closing the start line down. We're waiting for potential. We just have a couple more minutes and we're done. So with that, we're going to go ahead and cut the broadcast instead of sitting here waiting. Got a couple of minutes to get through things. Appreciate all of you guys tuning in this afternoon, today. Hopefully I'll be on time tomorrow, as long as nothing gives me a hard time like it did today. We'll be promptly back up and live tomorrow, 7 a.m. Mountain Time. I'll have a new link up for you guys. And we'll be back here once again with Course 1 and Course 2 live from the start line. Official website for Southern California Timing Association is scta-bni.org, scta-bni.org. And of course, LSR Live, if you want to tell your friends where you can see Bonneville Start Line live. This is not wide world of sports, so need to breed more John Wileys and Mark Brazeaus to come out and be cameramen. Thank you all again for tuning in. Thank you all for hanging out. It was a pleasure. And we'll catch you promptly first thing in the morning.
This copyrighted broadcast may not be reproduced or retransmitted. Any unauthorized recording, reproduction, rebroadcast, redistribution, or use of this presentation in whole or in part is prohibited without the express written consent of LSR Live. LSR Live would like to thank all for watching.